Hello there guys, and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are in Unity 6.0. The version we're using is 6000.0.58F2. Welcome. So the last few streams we've been very heavy in the narrative script writing within Inkle. The scripting language is called Ink, and yeah, we're basically on the very final stage of implementing the last few bits of narrative. I had my sons this weekend and they played it. 3 bugs were found. They're not game breaking at all in any way. One of them was really funny, and it was to do with the end trigger. So I'm gonna just do some quick bug fixes. So the first one is to do with the pumpkins. Basically, I'll actually show you the bug. And it was my second eldest son that noticed this. So I'm going to whiz through it and show you. I don't know why I'm getting a memory leak issue there. Welcome to the stream. You can't hear anything? Oh, okay. Why can't you hear anything? My audio's working. Have you got a problem with audio settings, or? Thanks for tuning in, Erbo. My excitement is infectious. I'm glad you find it infectious. So this is the bug my son found. I've got my boys this weekend, and all 3 of them play tested it. Max got to the end. I'll explain his bug. He actually found 3 bugs. The first one was the pumpkins. I'll show you. So you bend down, you pick it up, it disappears, but then you can press E again. So I think this might be where potentially the object isn't destroyed. If I was to leave the trigger, I'm pretty sure it gets destroyed. Yes, it does. You see? Okay. So you can see there, I'm pressing E now. You see that? You can hear me spamming E. So I believe that's because you're still in the trigger. So what we need to do is disable the trigger. That should prevent that bug, because I'm still in it there. But when I leave the trigger, the object destroys. So to prevent that bug, I mean, it's not even really a game-breaking bug. So yeah, we'll fix that, and the same will apply for the Moonlight Herbs. They have the same code. It's a very, very easy fix. We just disable the trigger when the mesh changes. Or not disable the trigger. Oh, I know how to fix that. The bug that he... it was so funny. It was so funny. Basically, at the end encounter with the priest, I put in a trigger. Okay? Now what happens when you enter that trigger, you engage in dialogue with the NPC. When you leave that trigger, basically the last line of dialogue is time to die, Athelstan. And then when you leave the trigger, or sorry, when you finish the dialogue and then leave the trigger, they go hostile. What Max did, which I didn't think would happen, or you know, I didn't foresee that happening. He was basically sprinting around the game like this, and kids being kids, they're just whizzing around, right? And what happened was he whizzed through the it's so funny. He sprinted through the trigger, right? And let me just show you what happens when you sprint. Can you see that? I'm letting go. It's almost like there's a... Like, if I sprint it, it's hard to show it, but essentially you don't come to an immediate stop. But he basically sprinted through the trigger, and because the trigger was so thin, he basically gone through it, triggered the dialogue, and then they went hostile. So he was stuck in the dialogue, trying to quickly whiz through it, and by the time he got out, he was dead. And I was like, well, that's your go done. Like, he did really good up to that point. And I was just laughing. And then Hugo, what Hugo did was when he finished the dialogue with the priest, they obviously started attacking him, and he literally jumped out of his seat. And I was like, why did you jump? And he was like, oh, I thought they would be friendly. I'm like, did you read the dialogue? And he's like, no. And I said, if you read it, you would have seen that you just said to the priest that he's going to die. It was so funny though. He jumped out of his seat, like a proper jump scare reaction. I was like, oh, bless him. It was so funny. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you what Max's bug was. Honestly, guys. So funny. So funny. I think there's 2 more to get. Hugo did the end fight very cleverly as well. What he did was he went in to attack the mages, and then when he was low on life, he ran out and healed up and then went back in. It was very clever. It's a very interesting tactic. Considering this was the first time they properly played it as well. They hadn't seen that combat before, so it was really interesting seeing how they tackled it. Okay, so I'm gonna repeat Max's bug. Alright. Now, I'll show you guys the trigger box. Basically, where that where that cultist circle is, where this ritual circle is, there is a trigger that goes all the way across the room. So when you go in there, it engages the dialogue. I'm just going to repeat Max's bug. So he ran so fast, and what's interesting, you'll notice that the character doesn't immediately stop. It's like a very small smidgen afterwards. So just watch what happens. You see that? That's what they did. Oh my god, you get smashed on this area. Oh, I didn't like the first trick. Oh, dude, seriously, bro. Oh, heal, heal, heal. There we go. So this is the point we're up to. So what we need to do is we just need to go in and fix the code for the pumpkins just to remove that bug. It's not a game-breaking bug. Right, so if we have a look at the code. We know that when we leave, it gets destroyed and we add to the integer. What we don't want the player to do is to be able to keep picking. So, essentially, when we're in the trigger, and the player is at that point in the quest line, we say that they're lifting, we wait, we turn off lifting, and we say it's removed. Now, if I added something in here, this is a very easy fix. If I just bring this across, and if I just shift these, and then we can have a check here, guys. We can say if the pumpkin has been removed, so by default the pumpkin isn't removed. Once we've lifted, we have a delay. We turn lifting off and we say the pumpkin's been removed, and to the player it disappears out of sight, right? And then it's when they leave the trigger, once it's been removed, that's the condition. Provided it's been removed, we add one to the pumpkins lifted and we destroy the pumpkin. Okay? So if is removed is true, then we shouldn't follow this through. So what we're doing there is we're saying, okay, if the player presses E and they're at the point in the quest line, we then check, has it been removed? If it hasn't been removed, we trigger the player animation. We wait 4 seconds and then turn that off. And then we update to say it's been removed. And this block, this section of the code for the first time it's picked will therefore prevent the player from being able to press E and pick it up again. Very simple fix. One little Boolean check afterwards. Okay, so that handles. Ugh. Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm shrinking! Why was that moving? Jesus. Okay, so that should be the pumpkin fix in there. Alright, so that's the pumpkin code. So a Boolean check there. And then offer the false. So we're doing a couple of minor bug fixes here that my son's found. My little play testers, bless them. And then we're going to go on here. And the exact same, guys. We're going to expand this just to make enough room for us to slip in another Boolean. And again, we have the picking. Ugh! Right. So, we're going to have a the condition. It's really good having kids that can play your game. Like, it was really fun watching them play, and my second eldest is like really good at reading, so he was reading all the dialogue, and he was saying that the skeleton area was too easy and stuff, and I was like, no, I can't make it too hard. Like, you know, it's got like the quest objective in there. I don't want it to be ridiculously hard. Okay, so let's analyze the fix on this one as well. When the player is in the trigger of the herb, and they're at that point in the quest line, we then check, has the herb been collected? If it has, nothing will happen, preventing us from being able to press E again. If it hasn't been picked, we say we're picking, we delay, we turn that off, and we say it's been collected. And that will handle it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to check that the pumpkin bug and the herb bug are now resolved. A very, very simple fix there, guys. So let's whiz through. Okay, get ready for the first test that bug's been resolved. So we're going to speak to the farmer, and you saw me repeat that bug that my son's found. So when we go over here, we're expecting to press E, it will disappear, and then if I was to press E again, I shouldn't be able to keep pressing it or repeat the picking up. So I'm going to spam E. Bug fixed. There's nothing like ironing out the bugs, guys, and fine-tuning the game. So I'm spamming E. Bug fixed. When I said to them, he was like, Dad, I found a bug. I found a bug. And he was like pretending it was a bug on the wall. I was like, I'll get the bug spray. Right, that bug is fixed. Now we're going to test the herbs. That's how the Americans call them, herbs. Oh, I always forget to talk to the farmer afterwards. And I bloody made this game. I should know better. Okay, so we're going to slay the skeletons first, and then we'll test the herbs. Ooh! God damn, bro. Oh, got a double hit there. GG. These skellies are kicking my ass. I love that noise. That's such a good sound effect for them getting hit. That sound effect is like an organic sound effect from the sound pack I got for that. Oh, god damn, dude. Right, so now what we're expecting is we press E. If I keep spamming it, bug fixed. And we're just going to check it 4 more times. So I'm spamming it as fast as I can. I'm going to use my right hand because I'm quicker with that. Ready? Yep, bug fixed. GG! That's 2 bugs fixed. And like I say, they're not game breaking. It won't add more to the integer by repeating that if I had left that as it was. That wouldn't keep adding to the integer for the variable to say how many you've collected, because that only happens when you leave the trigger. And then that game object is destroyed. So those 2 bugs are off the bug list. So welcome. Thank you, Metal, for the spam view. Appreciate it. So pumpkin and herb bug are fixed. Now let's have a look at the trigger. Sorry, it's on the it's on the NPC. Just turn him on for a moment. So this is his trigger, and you can see how thin it was, and how when Max would have sprinted through that with the duration of with the duration of what is it? When you enter the trigger, you enter dialogue. But because he sprinted through that and that's so thin, the character would have stopped, but he would have overlapped. And leaving that trigger, as you can see, NPC F makes them hostile. And that is here. Oh no, sorry. That stops you from hurting the NPCs if they're not hostile. You can't hurt them. So NPC 0 where's the set hostility? Set hostile, yeah. So if it's F, they're hostile. If it's 0, they're not hostile. And I think it's in the first trigger. When you leave that, we set it to F. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and recreate Max's bug where he sprinted through. I mean, if that was any other player and you knew and you'd been reading the quest journal and it said, I need to basically kill the priest. If it was anyone else and you were approaching this dungeon knowing that you're coming up against a boss fight, would you sprint towards them? Because I sure as hell wouldn't. So it's, yeah, I guess that's just different players and how they, I don't know, how they handle situations like that. So what we're going to do then, on that basis, if we just check the radius, so that goes quite wide there. So if I actually make this a bit bigger, so if we go 6 and move that to there, what we need to do is, actually I'm going to make that 7. We'll go lucky number 7. So when you enter that trigger, you enter dialogue. When you leave the trigger, they're hostile, okay? So that's one, that should be one bug fix, okay? The next thing we need to do is what I noticed when the kids, I think it was, I can't remember if it was Hugo or Oscar that killed the boss first. They killed one cultist, then they killed the boss, and they didn't kill the other cultist, and the other cultist was still alive. So, and again, it's not something I really thought of. Like, for me, I'd take out the weakest ones, then the boss. But what happens when Priest Athelstan is defeated, when he's defeated, we say he's not hostile, and we set NPCF to 0. I just thought, why have I got this hostility in there? Because this handles that. I don't need that in there because that variable handles it. Yeah, we can actually remove that because you can see down here is hostile. If NPC, and this is on loop, on update every frame. So the hostility, the hostility is, yeah, I'm not too sure why I put that in there. Okay. Okay, so what am I going to do? I have to consider, what if the players just go for the boss first? Considering there's 3 magic casters. I mean, that's not how I would have handled the boss fight. If you've got multiple enemies and you want to take out the weakest first, reduce the amount of damage, you know? It's like in a boss fight, when you have ads, you focus the ads, then you go back to the boss. I guess that's just hardwired into me from all the MMOs I've played over the years. Anyway, we've adjusted the trigger so we can test sprinting towards the boss and see if that's fine and that works. Now I need to think about, okay, if the boss, if the player kills the boss first and the cultists are alive, in my opinion, I feel like the cultists should die because I just do. I feel like it just feels like, you know, it's not declared whether his cultist followers are summoned, if they are people. That's not stated. So in a lot of games, if there are ads alive and you defeat the boss, the ads die with the boss. So it makes sense for us to kill the cultists if they're still alive when the boss has been defeated. So I don't feel like this, it should go in here. I feel like it should go in the code. I feel like it should go in the code for the cultists. And then what we can do is we can play test this and try and repeat this 2 times. Not 2 times, sorry. We can play this after we've implemented a fix, and we can basically try and kill the priest first and check that the cultists are killed in the event the priest is killed. Okay, so if we go into the cultist code. Okay. Okay, I know how we could do this. I know how we can do this. This is going to be very clever. Right. So, what we're going to do is we're going to put a priest reference under the cultists, okay? And if I just scroll down here, we're going to drag Athelstan onto there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the state. We're going to get the state of the priest. Now, the best bit of code to copy for this is down here. This one. Get the current animator state. Alright. So we've copied that. We're going to go back to the cultist. And we're going to paste that here. We get the priest's reference. We plug that into there. We click on the priest, go to the animator. And we copy the defeated text, which is the state. We'll then go back. We go back to the cultist thread, and we plug that in. So what this is doing, this custom event is checking, is the priest in the defeated state? So the player has beaten him. And the state for him to be defeated is that the priest's health is 0. Okay. So going back to the cultist, we're going to say, if the priest has been defeated, then we need to -1. We need to set the health We're going to subtract 1. Cultist health, and then that would plug into that. I guess that could be an on update. So what this does here, guys, you see that white arrow coming down here? This basically updates the cultist's life bar. So if we were to kill the priest first, if we go down here, and just shift this across, bring that across, copy that. Why did that just go over there? And we're going to copy that custom event. So this is to cover the base, the condition that the player might decide to just kill the priest first, which I didn't really think someone would try and do. But players can be unpredictable and do things you don't expect them to do. So So in the event the player kills the priest first, this will kill the cultists if still alive, and the boss has been defeated. And so we're checking every frame. With this custom event, priest defeated, we're checking every frame. Is the priest in the defeated state? If they are, we set the health of the cultist, we subtract 1. So we're setting their health at, well, 0 basically. And then we're updating their health bar. As you can see here, it goes down that route. Straight down there. And with it being 0, it wouldn't go down this route, because this condition 0, it would go down here and it would kill the cultist. So now that we've implemented that fix, we need to test it. So we're doing 2 tests here, which is for the final 2 bugs that my sons found. So we need to sprint towards the priest. I am wondering, I'm thinking I might actually make that a little bit bigger. It's just got me paranoid. I'm just paranoid that that's too small. Because when the player sprints, there's the smallest amount of, like, braking, if you like, from the player hitting the trigger and then we're saying stop their movement. There's the smallest amount. So hopefully by it being that size, that should overcome the problem. So if we bring it back just a little bit. So we're going to sprint towards the boss, and then we're not going to kill the cultists, we're going to focus the boss. So we're going to speed run through this. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. I know we've not jumped straight into the dialogue, but these bug fixes needed doing. It just makes the game even more polished. I want everyone to enjoy the experience and not get frustrated with small bugs, you know? That's all of them. Oh, come on, dude. Why did I just take a hit? That should be all the herbs. What? Variable not found priest reference. Check that. There we go. Oh shit, I was meant to go for the priest. Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, I know why. I know why we got that error. I know why we got that error. It's because I did it on this one. Basically, because this is a duplicate of the first, it needs the reference added. So. Okay, so, oh, I just want to quickly check the tree code. It's interesting. So at the beginning of the tree, we say we can chop them, but the condition to chop is that we have the axe. And then after the tree's been chopped, we say they can't chop, so that prohibits the tree from being chopped again. So we're gonna just retest that one more time. I sprinted into the trigger. Now that I added in the reference to the second cultist, the second cultist now has the variable. So we're just going to turn Priest Athelstan inactive, save the project and test, and then we're going to get the final bit of dialogue put in. The second trigger. Now, I was thinking about this, about people finding where they need to go, and like I feel the instructions, if people read the dialogue clear. I've done the trees. Tree's done. Why does that happen? Sometimes... Hey Solo, welcome back to the stream, bro. How was the uni stuff? Oh, what, on Thursday? It was good. I went in, my car needed a repair as well at the same time, so yeah, I went in for the first half of the day, and then I came back home. I slept for about, God, I think I slept from 2 p.m. until 5 a.m. So what's that? 10, 15 hours. So I'm rejuvenated. There's a small bug with this. Even though I've chopped the trees, it's like, I've noticed every time I've tested it, it's been fine. When I've watched my boys play earlier, it didn't register, even though they've been chopped. But that's the first time I've encountered that bug, and it's not a major one. All you have to do is go back to the tree and go back. So I'm not sure what's causing that. But yeah, uni was good. I'm well rested. We are implementing the final bit of dialogue, Mr. Solo. Yeah, I've got my boys this weekend. I've got my 3 youngest. I've got 4 boys in total, but I've got the 3 youngest ones with me this weekend, and all 3 of them played it. The feedback seemed positive. Only one of my boys managed to complete the whole thing. My second eldest basically sprinted through the small trigger box for the final boss's dialogue. He was running so fast that he triggered the box and then he exited the trigger because he was sprinting. So he triggered the dialogue, but then straight away the cultists were hostile and destroyed him. So that was quite funny. And then Hugo went through the dialogue with the end boss, and then the moment they went hostile, he literally had a jump scare. He jumped out of the seat. It was so funny, dude. Yeah, well, Max actually discovered 3 bugs. He discovered the pumpkin picking, the herb picking, and then there was one other. I can't remember what that was. I think it was the trigger. But basically, I've already, at the beginning of this stream, I implemented the fix for that. And all it was basically a prohibitor. It was just a prohibitor to say if it's been picked, because once you've picked the plant, it's basically a prohibitor that says if the plant has been picked or the pumpkin has been lifted, at the very beginning there's an if statement that will stop the player from being able to do the same animation and things. So I fixed well, technically I fixed 4 bugs. This final test that I'm doing right now, is we're checking that if I were to sprint towards the boss and enter the trigger, because what I've done is I resized the trigger because Max basically ran so fast through the final trigger. So I've increased the size of it. So we're gonna play test that and basically just run through it as fast as we can and make sure that we're stopped before we go outside the box. And the last bug test is what I just put in, the missing reference for the second cultist. So one of my boys decided to just focus the boss for some reason. They weren't bothered about the small cultists. They killed one of the cultists, and then they killed one cultist and then focused the boss, and then the other cultist that was alive just went idle. So what I've done, and this is a common thing in a lot of games, like if you have a boss encounter and there are minions that are fighting with him, if you were to kill the boss, the minions die with him. So that's what I've done. I've put in something to say, okay, if the player wants to just focus the boss and they kill him, then we will kill the cultists in the event that the boss dies. Okay? Also that bug you just saw with those trees. Yeah, I'm going to look at the code for that because there's no reason why that should be happening. So we're going to look at the trigger size and just make sure that it'll be fine. I can fix it. So what we're going to test now is two last things. I'm going to sprint directly towards the boss, and what should happen is we freeze on the spot and we don't go outside of the trigger, which would then make them hostile. The moment dialogue ends, it's then up to the player to go forward and attack, which in that moment they would exit the trigger box and make them hostile. So this is what we're testing. So we're going to sprint towards the boss. And there we go. No hostility. And there we go. Right, so now we're going to focus the boss. And then we're going to run away. Oh my god, dude. Run away. Right, one more hit. Oh my god, dude. And they die. Excellent. Bug fixed. What is that? Port enter on wait for seconds can only be triggered in a coroutine. Oh, so because they're dead. Port enter on wait for seconds unit can only be triggered on a coroutine. That's interesting. I wonder if that will show me. Wait for seconds. Oh, I see. I see why that's happening. So that error can only be triggered in a coroutine. So because this custom event flows into this one, which is a coroutine indicated by those two arrows at the top. In order to have wait events, you need to have it as a coroutine. So what we need to do is we just need to click the custom event and tick this box, coroutine. And then we're going to save. And we're just going to retest that again. I'm sorry that we're retesting this again. Actually, let's have a quick look before we do at the code for the tree. Okay. If we just quickly go to the tree. I mean, that's a pretty big trigger box. And the code is oh, I see what's happening. I see the problem straight away. I see the problem. Can you guys see the problem? Let me just zoom out. Let's see if you guys can spot the problem. I can see it right away. What the problem is the tree failed. Notice this variable is also down here. There is a 6-second timer. So I think what's happening is if the player chops the tree and then kind of runs out of it, if they were to kind of move really fast and run out of it, but that should still be happening. Unless they were pressing E lots of times and that triggered multiple waits. No, they can't chop the tree outside the trigger box. They have to be in the trigger to chop. I'm wondering if the player were to press E lots of times, it would set that timer multiple times. The thing is, I've only had that happen to me once. What was the fix I just put in? Was there something that I was just going to test? Oh, it was that error code, wasn't it? The coroutine error code. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm just going to check on one of my boys because he said he wasn't feeling very well before bed. Just give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, sip of the coffee. Okay, when we're in the trigger, we say we're chopping the tree. Oh, I know what we can do. I know what we can do. Is chopping, hold on. If the player is chopping, the player input's disabled. Which is fine. So that alone would stop them from spamming E. That would stop them from spamming E. So what is it that is causing? Because when we exit the trigger, we say the tree's failed. What I'm going to do, guys, There is actually two things I can do here. There's one that I've wanted to do that I've noticed. And it's basically to do with, I don't know if you've noticed when I've been chopping the trees, but sometimes if the player gets too close to the tree, like if they literally stand right next to the tree, they can, well, their character looks like they're going through the tree. So we can actually implement two fixes here. The first is we're going to add a collider to the tree to make it solid. That collider will basically not be a trigger, but it will be a block to stop the player from kind of walking through it. And in the same instance, we're going to make these triggers just a little bit bigger, because at the moment, I mean, for scale reference, there is the woodsman, right? So it's a little bit tricky trying to analyze where the fault is here. The sphere collider is the trigger. Maybe. Print statements, do you mean debug messages? There's not really any reason for me to have that trigger on, guys. I mean, to disable it. Because yes, that is a trigger, but this will only... The whole chopping thing will only ever happen if can chop. And the can chop, once the player has felled the tree, we say they can't chop. And at the very beginning, that is the condition. The player has the axe and that they can chop. So I'm wondering if this might be the issue. If we were to remove that, and then... Oh no, sorry, apologies. No, we do need that. No, we do need that, or else if the tree is felled, they could basically go in and out, in and out, in and out. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to try a fix here. I'm going to get the 3 here. I thought you could make the scale. I thought you could scale those colliders. What? Oh, radius. Okay, so it's 1.6. I'm just going to jot down that number. And what I'm going to do is we're going to increase that radius to 1.8. So that's gone up by 1.4. I'm just gonna do it this way first, Solo. I'm gonna check this. So we're gonna be checking that the debug error for the cultist dying is fixed, and I'm hoping. Oh, we've fixed the sprint through trigger glitch. Right, we've increased the radius, and now what we're going to do is we're going to add... Now we've got a mesh collider on there. I don't need to do anything to that. But what we need to do is... if we've got a sphere and a mesh, I'm going to do a capsule collider because that's smooth. If I did a cube, it wouldn't look good. So we're going to add a capsule collider. Holy shit. That's huge. So we're going to scale the height down. And we're going to set the Y to 0. Actually, 2, 3, 2, 1. We can have that submerged, actually. Have it as 1. And we're basically going to say, like, if we select... Well, it's a bit tricky to see, but essentially, that sphere collider is that right, the capsule collider. Let's do 1.6. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Radius. Let's go 1.3. 2, 1, 1. Okay, so what we're testing here is that when we walk into this capsule collider, it's going to stop us getting too close to the tree, which means when we do the axe animation, our character's not going to be looking like they're going into the tree. And we also increased the size of the sphere collider, which is the trigger. So I'm hoping by doing that, will solve the other issue. So I'm going to copy that component. We're going to go to the other tree, and we're going to paste component as new. Paste component as new. So all three trees now have a solid capsule collider, and we've increased the radius, so we know, looking at that, we know that we will be inside that trigger. And let's test this. So we're going to be testing 3 things here. We're going to be testing that our player doesn't look like they're glitching through the tree, which they're not. It's just a graphical thing. It's not really a physical bug. And we're going to be testing that the Boolean with the trees working. And what we can do is we can actually do a debug, and we can basically int to string, and plug that in there, and then if I just put that in there, so we'll get the message to say that the tree's been felled. Okay, so we're testing the graphical bug, we're testing that the integer's been correctly updated, and we are going to kill the priest and make sure that we're not getting the error for the cultists dying. So 3 tests here, and then we're going to add in the last dialogue for the evil priest and wrap that whole side of it up. So here goes the speed run. So look, if I go to this tree, you see how close I am? I'm literally right next to it. My feet are touching it. If we go to this one, that is a really good distance. And it makes sense because of the bits sticking out as well. That's actually a really good radius. And now what we're going to test is that our player doesn't look like they're going through the tree. Okay, the foot through goes through. Right, 1 integer's just been added. I don't mind that. It's only his foot that's really going through that. I don't want to make the capsule collider any bigger than it is, because then it will just look too far off from the tree. Right, 3 has been added to the integer. Right. That seemed to fix both issues there, would you agree? Adding a capsule collider allowed us to have a safe distance from the tree for the animation of the player to not look like they were glitching. If you saw that before, which you would have done on previous streams, when you were standing right next to the tree, your half of the character goes into the tree during the axe chopping. I'm happy with that. I don't mind that the foot is like half in the tree and it's only 1 foot. I can live with that. But we've tested bottom left there. You can see the 3 with the exclamation bubble. So we know that that's working. I'm not sure why some instances it doesn't. There's no reason for it not to. Right. So both tree bugs are fixed. This last bit that we're testing now, guys, is that we don't get that error when the cultist, in the instance, the oh my god, bro. What we're testing now is when we kill the priest first, both cultists will die and they will disappear, and we won't get the oh my god, bro. I'm just gonna round them up. Oh, I just dodged that. And they should disappear. 5, 4, 3, 2, gone. Not sure what that missing reference is about there. The object of type Unity game object has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Right, so those bugs are fixed, guys. The cultist dying error's gone. If boss killed first, cultists go unhostile. We fixed that. We fixed the bugs. Let's have a look at this one quickly. Let's just... So you're trying to... Object of type has been destroyed. What's been destroyed? What's been destroyed? What are you referencing that's been destroyed? Priest reference. Ink. HP bar. Orb to spawn, maybe? Apparently it's something to do with this. I don't think that's a game-breaking error. Well, it's not really, it's just saying that we're trying to access something that's been destroyed. But the only things on the object variable for this graph, the object to spawn, that's just saying this is what game object we need to spawn when the priest casts. The priest's hand's not getting destroyed. The priest reference, well, that's still valid, he's alive. The health bar, the hit trigger's still there. The ink's not getting destroyed. The visibility of the ink is just being turned off. I don't know where. It's like I click this, all it says is, look, it's on Priest Athelstan Evil. Well, that's handy. Like, I haven't destroyed anything, so I'm not too sure. Well, I've just been through all that code. No idea on that one. Okay. So, guys, we have right, what do we need to do? We need to have an ink trigger. We need to have the second trigger. I've already got the dialogue written. I just need to decide. Am I destroying anything elsewhere? No, I don't think I am. Like, in the event trigger for the ink, we're not... Ah. We're destroying the trigger for ink. Maybe that's what it is. On trigger exit. When we leave the trigger, right, that might be what it is. Because the ink custom event is on update. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. We can test this. So when they go hostile, we get rid of that trigger. Let's just have a look on here. The condition for that trigger. TC3, yeah. And NPCF0 is getting turned. When the priest is defeated, we turn that back. So what would happen is that would re-trigger. So I guess instead of destroying it, let's just turn it inactive. Let's just do that. And this should resolve that. I'm pretty sure this is where the problem is. It's not even a big problem. So when the player leaves the first ink trigger, we're setting this trigger here. We're setting that inactive. So well, yeah, sorry. Welcome to the stream, Owen. Welcome. How are you? What's going on with YouTube? 1 minute. The music's decided to just stop. I do apologise. Give me 1 sec, guys. That's annoying, isn't it? Right. Null references can cause crashes. If you do set active instead of destroy or a null check on where you are referencing it, it should stop it. Well, this should fix the problem. I think it is that. So what we'll do, when we leave the first trigger, we're setting it inactive, and in here, no, hold on. No, because if we set that inactive, it's just going to come active again when we do that. Oh, okay, so you were saying about a null check. I've not used a null check. How does that work? What's a null check? We do need to destroy that, guys. Because, like I say, up the top, we turn the NPC unhostile. Well, we know where the problem is. It's on there. I mean, I guess, would you plug it in there? Like, just here? Like, in this row here, if we did that null check to check the status of the trigger, if it's alive. Is the null check just checking if it's dead or alive? Let's query this. In Unity, a game object or component can be considered null if it hasn't been assigned, destroyed, or is missing. In essence, if the reference is null, the null check node returns true. If the reference is not null, it returns false. Okay, in Unity, when a game object is destroyed, references to it become null. However, in some cases, a destroyed object might not immediately be recognized as null. So it's good use to use the null check as a safe practice. Okay, well so what we need to do then is delete the active thing, put that back in there, and get that out. Go back to the priest. So null check. Okay, so hold on a minute. Not null and null. So not null would mean it's alive. Null would mean it's dead, right? I'm guessing. So, the null check, we're checking for ink trigger 1 because on the exit we need to destroy this. The reason we're destroying this is because we have this variable. When you leave it, it sets the hostility of the cultists and the priest. And then we need to get rid of it because we don't want to see this again. So, is that correct how I've done that? So, if it's not null, as if it's alive, not being destroyed, we would do that, right? Does that look correct to you how I've plugged that in? I mean, I'm interpreting not null and null as dead or alive. As in, not null means it's alive and in existence. Null would mean the object no longer exists. So if that object no longer exists, nothing would happen and we shouldn't get that error at the bottom, right? You think? I guess let's test it. This is the final... I mean, this is like a refining test, I guess, just to make sure we don't get that error. And we know that that error is... Are you fucking joking? What? Index was outside the bounds of the array. What is that from? What? That's the first time I've seen that. For fuck's sake. Oh, I didn't get the error then. That was the first time I saw that one. Where are they going? Are they off for a party? Jesus. Where are you guys going? They're off for a party, guys. Oh, you cheeky bastards. They are silly buggers. Drop party. For sure, dude. I know, Awen. It feels like it's been a learning thing for you as well with the visual script, because it's not something you've seen before. So this final test is to make sure that that error code on the cultist being defeated doesn't show up again. No, I wasn't spamming E. But I know that code isn't going to happen, dude, because player input, you remember, player input is disabled when you're in chopping state. I can't press E even if I wanted to, it wouldn't do anything. I physically can't move the character in that state. Oh my god. Whew. I feel like speedrunner master at this game. I'll see you later, mate. Oh, you've come back for more? Okay. Let's go. Two. Three. 4. He kind of like, what was that run he just did? That was the slowest little run he did. God damn, dude. Run, dude, run. No bug. I mean, no error. Fixed it. Fuck yes. Huh. Huh. Sorry. Oh, what, me and you, Solo? GG. GG, bro. Guys, we fixed the problem. So, the solution was literally just plugging in that null check. Excellent. GG, team. GG. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Okay. So, the last stage then is to add in the final trigger. So I'm going to read out the how I've planned this last section, because there's a few steps we need to do, guys. Okay. Oh, let me just check the I just want to check this quickly. Bottom left, top left. I had one issue. What I noticed at university was it was really annoying. Basically, the journal was originally childed to the journal icon. The journal icon is bottom right, and the journal is up there. And what I noticed was, like, the journal on their monitors, it wasn't in the position it was on here, which was really annoying. So, can't you actually test with the screen somewhere? You can see how it looks on a. I can't remember where it is. There's an option where you can see how it looks on a different resolution. On the top. On this one. You can see, like, that's perfectly sticking to. Let's just test this. Let's see, it's getting shown up there. It's going to be a bit small now. That's sticking to the spot it needs to. Holy shit. Yeah, that seems to be good, because basically what I did was I unparented the journal itself from the journal icon, the journal icon on the bottom right. Okay. I think the constant pixel size means it stays like that, doesn't it? Anyway, less of the UI. We fixed the bugs. what I now need to talk you guys through is how I'm tackling this very last section with the priesty pops. Okay. So as we know, we have that trigger, okay? Now, I have made some notes for this. So, essentially, oh hold on, set evil Athelstan not hostile until exit trigger. I've already done that. Right, here's what we're going to do now. On priest death code, if statement, and we're going to say if ink trigger active, what? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Okay, I've made a few notes here for this very last section. On the priest death code, we need an if statement. If the ink trigger active, but the trigger's not, and the priest is in death animation state, re-enable collider as trigger. If player hits and the priest is in the death animation state, the priest is dead, set the variable as PA0. If player leaves the mausoleum and hits another trigger, we set the PA to 1 and we set evil Athelstan inactive. And then I've got another note here to say after the player leaves priest evil second ink trigger, we're setting a capsule collider on the priest active if in the state defeated and hit, play death animation destroy object, set PA 0. If no kill priest and hit trigger, exit mausoleum, set PA 1, destroy evil priest, destroy this trigger. On the code line for defeated priest, on the code line for defeated priest, HP section, code line set NPC F0. We've done that. I can delete that job. Okay. Sorry, what we're doing here, guys, this is the tricky bit, okay? Because if we go to the code on the player for the ink triggers, it's an on trigger enter. But if we were to have the second ink trigger on the player, sorry, on Athelstan, if we had that turn active when the priest is defeated, like we're already kind of in the trigger. So it's not like our character's outside the trigger and then walked into it to trigger the on trigger enter. It's like the trigger is spawning essentially on with the player in it. So it's kind of like, if I was to just turn that active, is this going to follow through? That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering. I guess there's only one way to try this, and it's actually to put the trigger on him. So let me just think about this. So if we make the second trigger, we put the second trigger on him, we make it a good size, because when he's in the defeated state, we need to set it active. And if I just bring up the dialogue tree for the priest, this is the most vital bit we're doing now, guys, because this is going to handle, it will hand over the reins to the player to decide his fate. So we've already got that boolean, variable, sorry. I guess we have one option here, guys. What I could always do is I could set this to 2, because at the moment we only have it on 0 and 1. Okay, what I'm thinking, in order for the priest to take damage, he has to be an NPC F1. The problem is, that's hostility. Now what we could do actually, okay, think about this, Mike. Think, mate, think. The priest by default. Okay, I know how we can handle this without changing any other variables. Oh, what are we going to call this? If we do this as a custom event, I'm going to call it live or die. We're going to call it live or die. Okay. Now, actually, I'm going to do a space. I think you can have spaces in there. I've never... Oh, you know what? It's because I live or die. Oh my god. Is that going to have to be on that? Okay, hold on. Is that trigger at any point disabled? I don't think it is. The on trigger hit trigger. Where's that referenced? Hit trigger. Set the capsule off. But the only time capsule collider. Oh, sorry. Hit trigger, capsule collider. Hit trigger. No. Okay. Right, so if we're turning that off. Okay. Okay, I've got this. Why are we turning that off though? Because this bit of code is the only thing that allows the priest to take damage. This is the prohibitor. Just bear with me, guys. My brain is just going through this at the moment. He's set to not be hostile in the defeated state. If I unplug that, we'll still be able to register hits, but he won't take damage because that is the condition. So I kind of want to test this, but I don't because it means playing it through again. Right, there's a couple of ways I'm thinking about this. Is that we have in the second ink trigger in the second ink trigger it's like when the dialogue is finished. Oh my god. Oh, my head's trying to figure out the best way to code this. I kind of see it, but at the same time, as I'm trying to visualize the code, I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be a problem. We need to make sure like everything's tied together. Because at the moment, that's disabling any damage hits being triggered, but this prohibits it. So we need to basically say, in the event that this is hit and the priest is in defeated state, maybe that's the best place to do this. But we're gonna need like another boolean. It's just a pain in the ass because these ink triggers, it's like right, we need the variable in for PA0 for PA. I feel like that can come out. We need to still allow the hits, but the hits will not deal any more damage. When the priest is defeated, he goes unhostile. As per this, NPCF is not hostile. So when he's defeated, we're doing that. This will never follow through. So what we need to do is it's going to be on the trigger hit. The code is going to have to be on there. And it's going to have to say, because we need to follow this same bit of code here. So you're triggering the received damage to the priest. And then it's like we need a third sequence. And to slip it in there. And to say, is the priest defeated? And has... So, if we had another scene variable... if we had a scene variable for, like, end priest dialogue, then once the condition would be that the player has finished the final talk with the priest and the animation state of the priest is in defeated, and in that instance that the priest is hit, then we would kill it. Basically, we'd play a death animation and then we would destroy the priest and set PA to you know, the status. So I think that's the best way to do this. Would that be a Boolean? I guess it would be a yes. So if we had... if we had that as a Boolean... Got quite a lot of scene variables. If we had that as a Boolean, the evil priest dialogue done, we basically know that's the end of the quest line. So by default, it's going to be off because the player's not spoken to him yet. So on exit the ink trigger 2, we would say turn this on to say yes, that's done. And then the condition on here for the priest receiving damage, because up here we removed that little bit that I had on the end. And we're going to get the priest reference and check the animation state. I think that's the best place to put it. I know it's going to work. Okay, let's get the second ink trigger in. And then I've got this all planned in my head. I know what I'm doing. So let me just bring up my little steps. So at the moment, this is NPC Priest Evil first, not. Okay. So copy. Paste as child. Scale would be, let me just check the scale of the other ones. 222.5. So 222, 222. Okay. I feel that's a good size. I might make it 3 and 3 just to make sure that the player is... Actually, I'm going to do 4-4. The reason I'm doing 4-4, guys, is because well, if the player was to swing his sword, you just want to make sure that they're within range when they attack him. So this is going to be the trigger. And then we had a scene variable, didn't we? A scene variable. When we leave, we do that. Okay, I'm going to follow my steps here that I made to myself to make sure I do this correctly. So we've copied the ink trigger child. We've renamed it to 2. Make a new script. And it does need a new script because this bit is going to be different. So this is going to be UI trigger priest evil 2. UI trigger priest evil 2. I'm going to copy that, just that little title, put that as 2. Okay, so we have given it a script, its own script, and we need to copy the script information from the previous graph. So we're definitely copying this bit. Oh, I love this song. So that will set the priest's name in the dialog box and that he's talking. This is going to be interesting to see what happens, like, because we would already be in the trigger. I'm hoping it will automatically go to the talking. We'll find out. Copy the script information. Now, I haven't... What was the scene variable I made? That one. Okay. So we were going to say right, let's analyze this. When we exit the trigger as the player, we do not want to turn him hostile. We want to set the scene variable. Oh my god. We want to set the scene variable and say we're finished talking to the evil priest. So this is ink trigger 2. When we enter it, we say the priest is talking. When we leave, oh, this is tricky. Because What? Right. Okay. In my head, what's tricky about this? Let's talk it through. When we enter the trigger, which we're hoping will happen when it just is turned active when we're already in it, I'm hoping it will set the priest to talking. Now, once the dialogue's finished, there's nothing to communicate with the ink script really and say, is it in dialogue? I know we've got the visual script graph on the player, but I really don't want to go in there and add something just for this. Like, the whole thing is working as it is. I don't want to screw anything up. So, think. Because I know that box is still going to be there. And if you are in dialogue with him and you end the dialogue, if the player lets him live, it's not a problem. But if they decide to kill him, that's the problem. Because that boolean that I'm setting there, unless I plug that into that top bit, because automatically it will go into the dialogue. Maybe that's the point to do it. Maybe that is the point to do it, because the ink triggers, like the whole thing with these ink triggers is all of this. We're not going to say that's repeatable for this one. Maybe that is where I do this. He's not going to be talking. Because then he's standing up. I think I'm going to leave him in that defeated state. We don't need to have him standing up like he was before, looking perfectly fine. He's just had his ass kicked by the player. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to change his animation state. So I'm going to get rid of that. We are going to be done with this momentarily, guys. I'm just being very thorough and making sure that this is bug free, and everything works as I'm intending it to work. So when we enter the final dialogue trigger and the end of the quest line effectively, for the priest, we're saying display his name in the text box, and we're going to say the evil priest dialogue is done. We're already going to be going through that dialogue when we're in this box, so you'd go through the options. It's bloody tricky this, because that trigger box is it's the gateway to everything. Let me just quickly check. This is a real bugger, this is. That bit. It's that bit. Right here. Canvas reference. Canvas reference right there. Okay. Okay. Is end of sequence. Right. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So we need to do something to check. Fuck. It's like we need to check the knot name as well. Get the knot name. Where's that going to? This is the final bit, Mike. We're on the final bit. This happens. Jesus Christ, guys, honestly, this is like it's giving me a headache. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this, because we're already in that trigger box and you don't want the player to have to leave it to then come back and initiate the hit. Is is the end of sequence, we hide the panel. So we know at this stage that the canvas reference the is end of sequence. So when a dialogue ends, the narrative panel goes. It's like we need to borrow this for when we enter the trigger, okay, I think I know how I can do this. I think the condition would be Evil Priest dialogue is done and fuck me, what was the other one? And the narrative panel is inactive. That's the condition. That should do it. And it would be in a trigger hit. So let's just... So that collider is active and I removed it from the very top bar up here. So that collider is still active, but it's not going to deal any damage because they're in a non-hostile state. So if we go to the trigger box and do what I'm planning, and we're going to say three steps. If and if priest dialogue is true, and we know that's true because in here we're saying it's done. But then what we need to do, the only condition where the player, because the player can attack during dialogue. They're stuck on a spot. I'm pretty sure they, let me just test that actually. Can the player attack when they're talking? No, they can't. Ah. I can't attack. That's good to know. That's really good to know. Okay. Right, so if the priest dialogue has finished and we know the player can't attack during dialogue, we've just tested that. So if that has been triggered, which we know it does from the second trigger, we're saying, yep, the dialogue's done. And then this flow for the sword hitting the priest. if that's done, and are you serious, dude? I was. Oh. Check whether that's active. If narrative panel is not active, because we know at the end of a sequence it gets turned off. Trigger hit. Is active. Okay, so we're saying the condition to kill him at the end of the quest line is that this is true and the narrative panel. Oh, hold on. Ooh. No, because that needs to be inactive. No, because if I just plug both of those in and went off of the true, that means they would both need to be true. What we need to say is if this one is true and that one is false, all right. So, if the evil priest dialogue is true and the narrative panel is false, then we kill him. And negate node. Negate? What is negate? I've not used that before. Ugh. No, I'm good. This should work. This should work. Right, one sec. Let me just get up the Priest Athelstan. What? So if I plug that into the narrative panel, it would get the opposite? Is that what you're saying? So if I plug the narrative panel into the X, we would be getting the true of this, but with the negate, we would be getting the false of that. Would that be correct, my understanding of what you just said? So Is that right? So you're saying that this and condition, we're basically wanting the conditions to go through this gateway is that the evil priest is true and the narrative panel is false. Is that correct? Well, the get active is just basically checking if it's active or not. If this is true, it means the game object's active. If it's false, it's inactive. And we're wanting this bit to be checking the false state. Oh, I'm just going to check on my kids. I think one of them's stirring. Okay. I mean, I guess there's one way to find out, isn't there? If your suggestion's wrong, then we just go back to what I was gonna previously do, which was just have two ifs. If that is true and that is false, I guess we'll find out. Right, 1 second. What was the... Right, so PA is going to be our scene variable, guys. And PA stands for Priest Athelstan. So PA is going to be an integer, and PA1 means he's alive. Okay. So on this part, if the player hits the priest after the dialogue's finished and the narrative panel is off, we're going to kill him. We're going to set PA to 0. So 1 means he's alive, 0 means he's dead. Very important for returning to Beowulf. Last used it to set a sprinting check. Okay, well, look, it's the first time I've tried using that node, so if it works, that'd be good. I've never had to really have a condition like this where we need the true of one and the false of another. So we'll see if it works. So if we hit the priest after the last dialogue, we're gonna say he's dead. And where's the deaf one? Okay. Okay. So if you kill him when he's defeated, he's dead. Go straight to that. You need to set trigger so you get the parent. That's not a co-routine. Should we leave his corpse there? Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm just trying to think. Should we kill him? Should we destroy him? Because if I don't want to change this to a co-routine. This works perfectly. I'm worried about changing that to a co-routine. If we say he's dead here, fuck it. Let's just do it. So the capsule collider is the thing that makes him solid. So it would make sense to walk through his dead body. So set the capsule collider of the priest here to enabled. Yeah, we turn that off so we can walk through. Wait 6 seconds, kill it. No! No, don't kill the trigger hit. We need to destroy the priest. Okay, that should handle the code, guys. So saying that we've killed him. Okay. Right. That handles the priest dying. I believe. We got the death thing. Right. One thing I needed to do, I hadn't finished going through this stage. Copy the script information from the previous graph. We destroy that trigger. Second trigger. Copy the script information. Set animation up for NPC. Where do I set the TC4? TC4 set at the very last bit of. Okay. So on exit, the last trigger, which is the dialogue. Before we do that, we need to set TC to 4. And that means task complete 4. which is killing the monk. Because the next time we speak to the mayor, it's going to be the TC4 branch. Just reading my dialogue graphs, guys. Just give me 1 second. So TC4 is the last dialogue branch that we go down. Is the deed done? La-di-da-di-da. Okay, so when we leave the second trigger, we register TC4. We register TC4. And then we destroy that trigger. We've set up the animation graph for him dying. Okay, now we need to go onto here. In trigger 2. And then we need to get this bit. So the conditions for the second trigger to be active . Trigger 2 active. Well, the condition would be that he's defeated. Condition is that he's defeated. Get the animator state of priest, and the state we're after is defeated. Right, so the condition for trigger 2 to be active is that the priest is in the defeated state. If he is, it will be active. Okay. And trigger 2 active is in the on update right there. And then we've got the null check as well. Because that gets destroyed when the player leaves it and we set TC4. So when we go to Beowulf for the fourth or fifth trigger, depending on the state of TC4 and PA, if TC's 4 and PA is 0, we go down one branch, which is over here. See, TC4, PA 0. So if he's dead, we go down this one. If he's alive, we go down that one. So in Visual Script, make sure trigger is toggled inactive active based on game state. We have done that there. And in the code for that one, we are setting that thing and doing that on exiting the trigger. And then the hitbox, if the player hits the priest after he's had the final dialogue, we kill him. Inspector for trigger, set the narrative container, not name. So we click on this one. We're not going to do Evil Priest first. This is going to be Evil Priest second. Okay. We are moments away. We are moments away from testing this, guys. So we're going to have to play test this twice. One is for the instance where we let him live. And then the other instance where we let him die. Update the journal and the PC graph based on the NPC variable status. Okay, let me just check this. So, 0. If player leaves Muslim, hits another trigger. Okay, got ya. I'm just reading my notes. Okay. Right, so now what we need to do is add in the condition that the player leaves the mausoleum and lets him live. So we're gonna leave the mausoleum. We're gonna put a trigger at the start, and oh my god, I guess the enter trigger, it would be active, but it would only be something would only ever happen at the point that the final dialogue's been done. So if Evil Priest dialogue is done, and the player enters the trigger, we would check if PA No, we'd just kill him. We'd remove the body. It'd still be PA1. Because by default, it's PA1. So the trigger box on exit would just remove the priest from the mausoleum. And then the quest journal. So TC is 4 when we leave that. So the quest journal. Okay, I could have a false coming off here to say if TC is 4 and PA is 1, we would say I ended the priest's life. I need to report back to Beowulf. So all we need to do is add in the trigger to the outside. Hide priest, good. Okay. I mean, what I could do, if I copied that and just moved it to the mausoleum, renamed it, changed the reference, and gave it a different script graph, that would be the easiest thing to do here. Because that's level to the floor. So if I copy that and paste it and name that as hide priest evil, we're basically just removing the body from the mausoleum. So when the player exits and hits that, what is that? Oh, no, don't do that. So that's the good one, and then that's the evil one. So we would trigger High Priest good. So remove that. If the player enters that trigger, if the player enters the trigger, if that's true, we do a check. And we're saying check if the priest is not null means alive. So if he's alive, destroy him and destroy that trigger. If he's dead already, just destroy that trigger. Okay, right, so we're going to have two play tests here. we're gonna test. We're gonna test two things. We're gonna check that we can kill him. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do two play tests before I quickly write Beowulf's last dialogue. The two play tests are: we defeat him, we enter the dialogue, we're gonna kill him, and then we'll play it again and we'll let him live. We'll go through that trigger box and then run back and make sure he's gone. Here's the tests. Fingers crossed, guys. Speed run. Let's go. Oh, fuck. I keep doing this. I keep forgetting to talk to the farmer afterwards. That's the second time I've done that tonight. Oh shit! Why is he not there? Why was the priest not there? Killed him. Killed him with the box. Oh, Mike. I killed him because of that box. What a bell end. Well, at least we know it works. That should be inactive then. Actually, no. TC equals 4. TC equals 4. That's the condition. What a twat. City, Bellend. Fucking such an idiot. I basically killed the priest with the box. Oh, Mike. Right. So that will only kill the priest once TC4's done. Okay. So if we come back out of the mausoleum, there we go. Got to do that all again now. A lot of playtesting, guys. At least we know the null node check works. We're going to need to test this again. So what we're testing the first time is that we can kill the priest after the dialogue. And then play it again and test that if we let him live and go through the trigger, that it gets rid of the priest. So this is 2 play tests, and then we'll add in the last dialogue for Beowulf and test that. Oh God, I did it again! Jesus. Right. Combat time. Fuck me. Oh! Straight into dialogue, guys. Excellent. It worked. Oh, it worked. Oh no. Oh, he rotated to face us. Guys, it worked. It worked. We went straight into the dialogue after we killed him. That's bloody perfect. Now, the one problem we've got is he rotated when we killed him. There's something in here that stops the rotation. That worked. It worked perfectly. Right, turn to face the player. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this. We'll go into the priest. Oh my god. We're going to paste that there. So what does this do? If we're defeated, still face the player. Turn to face the player if they remain in the trigger. Well, get the current state defeated. If they are defeated, they will look at the player. If they're not defeated, then we look at the player. If we're hostile. So we know that that's not going to happen. It's not going to go down there because we know he's not hostile when he's dead. So offer the false. Okay. So it's that one. If true, nothing. So if true, nothing. Okay, so off of the false, we... Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay, so off of the false, we're plugging in this check, and then if he's not in a death state, then we do that. So we don't look at him. So basically, basically I need to do 2 tests. I need to do 2 tests. I need to kill him again and make sure that he's not rotating to face me when he's dead. Right. Fuck. Right, so we're going to whiz through this. We're going to make sure that when he's dead, he will not rotate to face us. And then we'll do 1 more test, and that will be that when we leave the graveyard, the mausoleum, that he will disappear when we enter that trigger that I put in. No. Everything's been... There are so many variables handling every state of this quest line. It's not easy for me to just bypass it. There are all these different conditions that keep everything in line. Everything has to be done in order to get to that stage. I can't just take sections out and then go ahead and test it. I just can't. I'd rather just play it through. I know it means I'm playing it a lot, but I'd rather this is a thorough way of testing it. You've seen the dev, you've seen how much stuff I've put in there to prohibit certain things and stages being skipped and things. It doesn't take me too long to whiz through it. That's all good, dude. All good. Okay, so we're going to kill him again and make sure his body doesn't rotate. And then we do it 1 more time, we let him live, and we run through the trigger, run back, check he's gone. And then I can add in the last dialogue for Bear and Wolf, and then the game's done. Minus the UI that I need to put in for the main menu and the pause menu, which I'll probably do tomorrow night. Fuck. Oh, that stun lock is such a bitch. Yeah, player respawn. Thank you, Mr. Solo. That is on the list. Don't worry. That is on the list, dude. Oh, you bastard. Going down, priest. Look at that, straight into the dialogue, guys. Perfect. And he doesn't face us. We've done it, guys! We've done it. Excellent. Right, and then the last test before we add in Mayor Beowulf's last, very, very last bit of the quest dialogue, because that is what handles when you've killed the priest, or sorry, when you've beaten the priest, whether you let him live or die, depending on that variable, PA0 means you killed him, PA1 means he lives. That will affect the ending with the mayor. So this is the last. What we're testing now is that if we let him live and leave the mausoleum with him alive, the trigger on exit will just basically remove him. It will delete Priest Athelstan evil as a game object. So it mirrors what's actually happened in the quest dialogue. Like, you let him escape in the night kind of thing. So his body shouldn't stay there. He shouldn't just stay hiding in the mausoleum. When you leave the mausoleum, he needs to basically disappear. That's what we're doing. So we're gonna let him live in this playtest. Exit the mausoleum to hit the trigger. And then we'll run back in and make sure that he's gone. I'm so happy though. I was concerned about the ink trigger, the way that I basically just made it appear active in the priest's defeat. I didn't know if it would register because it's a on trigger enter, because you're already in it. I didn't know if it would function correctly, so I feel like I'm becoming a pro at this game, dudes. How many playtests have I done? How many? One. 2, 3, 4, 5. Heal up. Maybe that. Oh my god, guys, I can feel the end. I can see the end. Why must the player go through this linear story? I haven't built the world, dude. What I've built is a narrative experience. I've built everything required for my university assignment. It's not, I wouldn't say, I mean, essentially the player enters this town, like this is meant to be a vertical slice of this game. It's meant to be a snippet of what the game is about. Like you play a sellsword mercenary, you travel the lands doing jobs for coin, you know, whatever comes your way. And when you come to this particular town, they're not very welcoming. The mayor's not very welcoming to you, which is why, if you were to read through all the dialogue, it explains, like, you know, you need to earn our trust, adventurer. Help out our village people, and then we'll have trust in you. But with this quest line, as you help the different villagers, there's little bits of breadcrumbs that feeds the narrative of the priest is this evil guy. And as you progress, it kind of becomes a bit more clearer, and then you have this confrontation, and then depending at the end, you literally decide whether he lives or dies. If you let him live, he'll give you a life siphoning ability, so like a life leech from enemies, or you get more of a quest reward from the mayor and the people of Greyvale. So in a sense, at the end, it does branch because it's given the player the option in which direction they want to go. But that's... Yeah. Sorry, I don't know how much of the dialogue you've looked at while I've been writing, but obviously it's going to be a bit smaller on the stream. But when I put this game on itch, you guys will be able to play it. You'll be able to take your time, read the narrative that I've written, hopefully enjoy it, have a bit of a laugh from some of the dialogue, but also I just think it's quite a cool little quest line I've come up with. And obviously if I add more content to this game, I can add all these different areas that are mentioned throughout this vertical slice. So honestly, like, there's so much potential with this. Okay, so we're letting him live this time. Oh, fudge. What was that, Mike? That was shocking. You didn't... Oh, my God, dude. You pretend you didn't see that, guys. Oh! Great balls of fire. Let's go, priest man. Holy light! Oh, fuck. I was nowhere near. Woo. You bested me. It would appear I've been outplayed and emerged a victor. Right. I leave my fate to rest in your hands. Literally, guys. It is up to you whether you let him live or die. Please don't hurt me. Okay, so now we're going to run out. You see he's there begging. We're going to run out. And what we're expecting to happen is if we now run back in, he's gone. Urbo, welcome back, bro. One other thing, the minimap doesn't have layers. I think under the dungeon looks like you're on the overall. Yes, I noticed the same thing. The minimap does have layers. I'm showing the world, and I'm not showing any of the NPCs. I've given all characters a icon, so different colours: green for the player, yellow for quest NPCs. Are you fucking? Why did you not disappear? Why did you not disappear, you bastard? Why did you not disappear, dude? Is he taking the piss? We know that trigger box is... Oh my god. Oh, you little shitbag. If TC is 4 and it's the player, if he's alive, null means he's dead, right? Not null means he's... alive. Why the fuck did that not work? Yes. Priest Athelstan evil. Am I targeting the right priest? The good one got disappeared ages ago, dude. Why did that not bloody work? If TC is 4, when we leave this trigger, TC is 4. Why the fuck did that not work? The box is right there. It's right there. And it's a trigger. I need to make another coffee, guys. Oh, man. Why did he not disappear? Oh shit, I know what happened. I can see what happened. I know what's happened. Can you see what's happened? We've basically run through that trigger. Hold on a minute. If we enter that trigger as the player and TC is 4, that condition will only ever happen after we've beaten him. Set TC to 4 when we exit the trigger, the second trigger. I'm fucking puzzled there, guys. I need to bloody ask AI what Hold on a second, this is confusing the fuck out of me. No. No. What's happening is providing we enter the tag and the task complete is at 4, we'll pass through the gateway to the null check. There's nothing false happening off of that. Let me just make my coffee, guys, one sec. Oh, let's read your comments. The and is going into what is being checked by the if. The second arrow on the right is for if it's false. I don't know why that's not getting rid of him. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something different here. Why is that null check not working? That should have worked. If the reference is not null, it returns false. If the reference is null, the null check node returns true. I know that TC is going to happen though, dude. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I see what's happening. I know what's happening here. No, I know what the problem is. That should have been fine. I think what the problem is TC4 is not getting set. Because in here, Ink Trigger 2 is the one that sets this will basically set the task complete, but you'll notice on the code here Trigger 2 is only active if the priest is in a defeated state. So when you beat him, he's begging, and in that state we're saying Trigger 2 is active. Yeah? We're saying Trigger 2 is active, but the moment he goes out of that state, it's off. And the condition for us to get to TC4 is that we exit that trigger. If we're turning that inactive, then that code's never going to follow through. So I'm kind of feeling like we need to update it here. That's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling will happen. I'm certain that's where the problem is. We're so close to the end. I don't want to play test it again, but I have to. Provided the player enters and TC is 4. If the priest is already dead, we just destroy that trigger. If the priest is effectively, yeah. Yeah. I know, have a good laugh. All we need to do is conditions for trigger 2 to be active. Well, if we had an or for dead, then it would still be active, but you'll notice on here, narrative container, I've said not repeatable. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna see if this works. So if the priest is defeated or dead, it's visible. If none of those are true, it's not visible. And then when we leave that trigger, it will get destroyed anyway. Let's play test again. I've just put in that fix there, AWEN. By adding in the OR with the second animation state, that should now function. So I have to let him live. We got this, guys. Providing this test works, we can then put in the final bit. And we need to decide at which point we're going to update the quest journal. Because if the player kills the monk, we need to update the journal, like on your way back to the priest, the mayor. It would say, oh, actually, or does it? The priest has been dealt with. I need to report back to the mayor. Maybe something simple like that. I have decided yeah, I'll think of something. I love this pumpkin patch. I feel like it's one of my favourite areas just because it's so nice and colourful. Yellow's my favourite colour, and I think it's because it's orange, and orange is very close to yellow. I think that's why I like that area so much. I'm so proud of those pumpkins. I had a lot of fun modelling those. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! That was close. Oh, they're coming for you, boy. They're coming for your ass. Oh. You can smell the adventurer. Come at me, bro. Okay, we're nearly there. Right, now we need to kill him again. Go through that trigger. This should now work. Missing input value for target. Don't you dare kill me. Fucking hell, that stun lock. You little shit. Dude! Oh my god, I'm getting stun locked. Oh my fucking god, dude. I got stun locked the shit out of them. Where am I getting that? Right, I fucked the trigger there. Fuck's sake. Missing input value for target. Are you joking? Mike! You pillock! I've now got to... Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. I forgot to plug it in. What a pillock. Let's pretend that didn't happen, shall we? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, I know. I did think that, Awen. I did think, like, honestly, it's quite fun. My youngest boy did that earlier, and he was the only one out of the 3 to beat the game. And the way he did it, I think he killed one cultist, and then he targeted the boss. And when his life got low, he ran out of the dungeon, hid behind the wall, healed, and then went back in for more. It was brilliant. He was the only one that did it that way. I was like, that's really smart. It's really interesting watching them play. I can't believe I didn't plug that animation thing in. I am such a numpty, guys. I'm such a numpty. Oh my god. It's not going to take me long at all to write the dialogue for Mayor Beowulf as well, guys, so don't worry. And then what I'll do tomorrow night is I will do the UI for the main menu, pause menu, and player death. I mean, I might be able to get the death done after this, actually. It won't take long. It won't take long at all. It's all good, Awen. A mistake easily made. Bearing in mind my sleep pattern lately with all this dev, I think I can be let off the hook. I have been absolutely smashing the dev. Right, here we go. Heal up. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to target one of the cultists first. So this test... What are we testing? Oh, we're testing that the trigger... that we can walk out of here, come back, and he'll be killed. Oh, how did that happen? What happened there? Okay, we don't kill him. We're going to walk out. He's still there. I'm over here, mate. Why are you facing the wall? Oh, he's like looking into the wall like a naughty boy. Right, we're out. We've gone through the trigger box. Now we're hoping that he's gone. Are you fucking serious? Fuck you. He's a twat. Why? Check the inspector. For what? Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. High Priest, good. Right, that one works fine. Can we just do like a check to see if he's alive? I feel that would be so much easier. If that's true... Right, this is going to tell us if TC's 4. And then this one, if the player enters it, we're checking if TC's 4. If it is, destroy him. If true, if we enter it and TC's 4, right. If the priest, no. The reference is, if the reference is not null, so that means if he's alive, right? If he's alive, that's what that means, isn't it? I'm not going mad here, guys. If he is... null means, like, not there. So if he is alive... not null, destroy. Yeah, if he exists. Right, thank you. Right, let's try that. Hopefully, just by doing that, I'm hoping that will bloody work. Fucking hell. Come on, this is the last bit. We know that if we kill him, we've got the debug print to make sure that we're being told that TC is 4 as well, guys. Well, yeah, that's basically what it means, Awen. Like, in simple terms. I'm not getting bored of the music in the game. I love the music. We got this. I'll tell you what, if he doesn't disappear, I'm gonna go mad. Oh fuck. Oh, they're coming. Oh no. 3 skellies. Oh, they're hunting me down. Oh, they're on the hunt. No, it's not. I'm sorry. So we got a debug in there to tell us that TC4 is being... Oh shit, I think I know what... Oh, I know what the problem is. No, actually. Why are they getting killed in one hit? Oh, they're not. Die, you bastard. I'll tell you what, priest. You better disappear. You better disappear this time. Oh, hold on. That's the problem. TC4 didn't get TC4 didn't get set. Why is that not getting set? Oh, for fuck's sake. Exit the trigger. Player exits the trigger. TC4. We know the bloody trigger's there because we go through the dialogue. This one. Trigger 2. I think it's that null check. Yeah, because it's in the game. It's always in the game until the player leaves it. Why the fuck is that not updating? When the player exits the trigger, we say set the variable to 4. When he's active, they're active. If the priest is defeated or deaf, we show the trigger. And then when I leave, like if we don't kill him, he's still in that little begging state. And the begging state, like, why the fuck is that not working? This is the only bit, dude. This is the bit that sets it inactive active, and on the trigger itself, we're destroying it, but before it gets destroyed, we set the TC. Oh, this is so fucking frustrating, dude. Okay, I'll tell you what we could do. Because for some reason, this has been a twat. There is no reason that this is not being set. There's no reason for it. Oh, I'm getting a bit angry now. I mean, we're exiting the trigger. We're exiting it. Is it? Fuck it. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm sorry for swearing. I don't know why, dudes, right? But I genuinely don't know why this on trigger exit is not working. Working. There is no reason for that to not work. So we're just going to get rid of that shit from there. Because it's pissing me off now. There's not really even any point in doing that. Yes, there is. We'll just leave that there. It gets destroyed anyway when he gets destroyed. Right, so what we're doing instead, we know that when we're in the trigger, we're going through this. We know that when it spawns, we're going to trigger 2, which is the knot for Priest Evil 2nd. We know that works. I'm just going to set the bloody variable in there. And we're going to say TC4 is done. Okay. I'm just going to bloody leave that right there. I'm not touching that. This should work. It bloody better work now. So in that trigger, when we enter it, we're straight away going into TC4. I don't think there's anywhere else where it changes the TC. There should be nothing in there that sets the TC. Nothing anywhere. Okay. Here we go. Can I... Right, speed run. I'll tell you what. This has to work. It has to work. It has to. I don't want to trigger it when I exit the combat. Because TC4 gets set regardless of whether you kill him or let him live. Because the TC4, what TC4 does is it enables the last dialogue box on Beowulf. Dude, I can't believe I feel like I've spent the last hour trying to fix this thing of him bloody disappearing when he should. The fact we know from the debug when I clicked on it, the point that TC4 should have been set, it wasn't happening. Now where I've plugged it in, that should function correctly. And therefore, when we exit the mausoleum, that trigger box should destroy Priest Athelstan. And you can see on the hierarchy on the left hand side, you can see he's greyed out. So we'll be able to see if he's gone. See the triggers inactive at the moment. Watch the hierarchy on the left, guys. Watch the hierarchy on the left. He's fucking gone. Fuck yes. You little bastard. He's gone. It's not printing 4. I didn't set the debug. I removed it. He's gone. Job done. The bastard is gone. That worked. Me plugging in the TC4 to the trigger box, that did it. The bastard is gone. Fucking hell. What a shit he was. What an absolute shit. Fuck me. Oh, dude. I'm sorry for my language, guys. That was really frustrating. That was really, really frustrating. I've not had any problems with these triggers before exiting. All the other stuff in the game, the functionality, chopping the trees, pumpkins, the herbs, they all have the same thing. You exit the trigger, we add to an integer or a variable. I haven't had that problem with anything else, but for him, he's just an evil bastard. That quite simply, I think that's the problem. But he's gone when we let him live. That's what matters. Okay? And the only time he is... So by default, scene variable, PA is 1. PA1 means he's alive. The only time that will change is if you kill him. And we say PA0. Oh, God. Guys, I'm so sorry. I do my best not to swear. Especially when I'm doing game dev. But when there's something that frustrating, that seems like such a simple little thing, and everything else in the game functions as it should, and the code is similar, you're like, why are you not doing what I need you to do? And I feel like I've just lost an hour trying to get that fixed, and it's ridiculous. Oh, right. Anyway. That is TC4, and that is his dialogue all done. Priest Athelstan can do one. Now what we need to do is quickly write Beowulf's dialogue. As you can see, it's very minimal. So we're going to have two branches here, and this is going to be Beowulf 5, I think, because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's just going to be 2 knots, very simple, and yeah. If it's TC is 4 and the PA is 0, so we're going to have 2 boxes, and they're only going to be visible based on that. So none of these two triggers will be visible at any point until the player's beaten the priest, because as you know, with the event trigger 2, which appears, event trigger 2 appears when he's defeated or in death, and we set TC4 in that point. Okay, so we just need to quickly write this bit. There is a fade to black. Now I can't really do that, and this little fade to black thing was meant to just turn the lights down in the scene and then come back, but because this is happening in the narrative flow of Ink and it's in C#, I'm not really able to do that, which yeah. I mean, maybe we could... Yeah, I can't really do anything about that fade to black. It was like a nice thing. Anyway, let's stop waffling. My kids are going to be up in like 4 hours time. I've got the deadline for this is Tuesday, so I have to get this done. We fixed the priest. I can now actually delete that off. So on priest def, if statement, blah 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 blah, re-enable trigger. If player def, do that, done that. Yeah, so we've actually done all of that. Right, quest journal. If PA is 0, I killed the priest. I should let the mayor know. If PA 1, I let the priest live. He has promised to teach me a new power. So, I don't know whether to update the quest journal at this point. Like, if TC's 4, no, maybe I should. If TC is 4 and QIP is 1, which we know it's still in progress because the last trigger box for him when we exit the trigger on the mayor, we're setting QIP to 1. So on the quest log, if TC is 4 and QRP is 1, then we will update the quest journal. So what I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to do this as quick as I can. The next playtest is going to be 2 more runs. One where we kill the priest, we report back to Beowulf, and then the other one is when we oh my god, the other one is when we oh, what can't I think? Yeah, so we let him live, we let him die, we test it both times, and in the same instance we need to check the journal. So if TC is 4 and QIP is 1, we're then going to do a check. If TC is 4 and QIP is 1, we then need to do a check. Get the scene variable. If that equals 0, So if TC is 4, QRP 1. So if that's that, we should say, let me just type this, guys. Sorry, I'm just typing this in Notepad. Just 1 second. I can free the piece of standard for the mausoleum. So PA. Oh my god. Oh my god. Writer's block. Priest gave me a choice to let him escape. Just bear with me while I quickly write this little bit. Ow! This is going into the journal, guys. It won't be long. I'm still really peed off about that whole thing. So it's /n/n. Oh, hold on. Oh, right. So I confronted Priest Athelstan deep within the mausoleum, accompanied by his companions. They wielded formidable powers that channeled dark magic. The priest offered me a fragment of that power in exchange for sparing his life. I chose death. Now I must report back to... I should report. I should report back to Mayor Beowulf near the town well. So now we paste that one in there. So we're saying if TC is 4 and QIP is 1, TC 4, QIP 1, if that's true, we then check, is the priest dead? If he is, we display that text. Where we're saying that we killed him. And then if the player lets him live, I spared his life, provided he left under the shadow of darkness. I spared... Oh, I've done that wrong. Right. So this option here, so if he's alive, PA1, it says, I spared his life, provided he left under the shadow of darkness. And then this one is saying that he died. So if TC's 4 QIP1 and he's dead, we do that. If he's alive, we do that. That handles the quest journal. Now what we need to do, Okay, that should display correctly. Alright, now what we're going to do is we're going to quickly type, not so quick that we make errors. We're going to go into ink now, and this is going to be okay. Okay, so we're gonna have start 5 and actually, if we just name it as NPC Beowulf End 1 and ending 1, ending 2, that would be a very nice way of doing this. So I don't even need any booleans or anything for this bit. So actually, I don't need to do that. If we just go, if we copy that and do a new line, this is going to be NPC Beowulf ending 1. And dialogue is going to be is the deed done? Athelstan breathes no more. Player choice. Search the mausoleum. Search the mausoleum and see for yourself. And then we do a hyphen and then dialogue. The town of Greyvale thanks you for your service. I trust this coin will cover your services and more. The town of Greyvale thanks you for your service. I trust this coin will cover your services and more. Player choice. Dare I say, it's been a pleasure. That coin is always welcome. I shall take my leave. I shall take my leave. And then if we do hyphen and then one last bit of dialogue. do that. So it's safe travels, adventurer. Is the deed done? Athelstan breathes no more. Search the mausoleum and see for yourself. The town of Greyvale thanks you for your service. I trust this coin will cover your services and more. Dare I say it's been a pleasure, but coin is always welcome. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, adventurer. Okay. And then we do a hyphen and then done. And then we copy that and type in ending 2. And this line is the deed done? Same line. Athelstan breathes no more. Player choice. Send your guards to the mausoleum. And ye shall find his head severed from his body. No, you won't. The corpse is gone. Send your guards to the mausoleum, and you shall find his head severed from his body. Hyphen. Dialogue. What devilry is this? Athelstan's head is nowhere to be found. Only the heads of his accomplices. Player choice. It was as I said. It was as I said. My blade cut true. And his beard fell away in the strike. Oh, God. Hyphen. Dialogue. We see through your tricks, sellsword. Be gone from our sight. There'll be no coin in return either. Oh, I love it. I love it. What's his name? Let's test. Is the deed done? Athelstan breathes no more. Search the mausoleum and see for yourself. The town of Greyvale thanks you for your service. I trust this coin will cover your services and more. Dare I say it's been a pleasure, but coin is always welcome. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, adventurer. Second ending. Is the deed done? Athelstan breathes no more. Send your guards to the mausoleum and you shall find his head severed from his body. What devilry is this? Athelstan's head is nowhere to be found, only the heads of his accomplices. It was as I said. My blade cut true, and his beard fell away in the strike. Oh, we see through your tricks, sellsword. Be gone from our sight. There'll be no coin in return either. Oh my god. So the idea behind that bit was, obviously the models look the same. Like the only difference between the cultists and the priest is the beard. So basically, the player character's trying to be a smart ass and make out that he's trimmed off the beard, and that's Athelstan. That's the idea behind that bit. Oh, so funny. It's the little things in life, guys. The little things in life. Alright, so we've saved that. So what we now need to do is go to the project, delete out the ink, and then drag in the most up to date. Okay, so we've got those in there. So now what we need to do is we need to add 2 triggers to the Maya. If we just go to the script graph, the condition for ink trigger. Why is there not one for the 4th? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it is. I just didn't rename that. What a numpty. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so what we're going to be doing here . 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so we're going to be adding 2. We're going to be adding 2 triggers, guys. One for this condition, one for that. Now, I don't want to divert down a different knot because on the triggers you can set the knot name. But I don't really want to do that. Yeah, so basically when you exit the last trigger, we would just basically destroy it. And then that's the quest done. And then all we've got to do is play test it twice. The first time to check when we've killed him, when we return, and then the second time let him live. And then that is the game done. And the final touch is the main menu and the pause menu and the player respawn. We could actually quickly do the player respawn, but not just yet. Not just yet. Right, let's get these in. So the condition for these ones is going to be on TC4 and the PA state. And then when we exit those, right, let's just do this. And we also, guys, we need to check the quest journal as well. Did I... One second. Let me just quickly check. Okay, let's do this. Let's do the final bit. So we're going to copy. We're going to paste as a child. That gets renamed to 5. So copy the child, rename it, done that, make a new script. We don't need all these variables either. So this is the 5th UI trigger for the Maya. Okay. So we go in here. We do that. On trigger exit, we would destroy on trigger exit for the 5th one. I'm not going to change the QIP because I've changed the quest journal, so I'm just going to destroy the trigger. No. Yeah, actually just destroy it. Okay. UI trigger 5 sets the name, sets them talking. On exit, we destroy that trigger. So then the Maya will basically, well, you won't be able to talk to them again. That's quest done, basically. I mean, you could change it to TC5, but that's meant to be for task complete, so right, copy the script information from the previous graph. Done that. We've set up the talking animation, add script graph to NPC. Yep. In Visual Script, make sure this trigger is toggled inactive, active based on game state. Okay, so now what we need to do is we go onto Mayor Beowulf and we're going to copy that and paste it there. And this is the condition for ink trigger 5 to be active. We need to make the ink trigger 5 reference. So down here we drag across 5. So this is going to be trigger 5 active, task complete 4, and the other condition. Ugh. So if P8 equals 0, so if task complete is 4 and P8 is 0, we're going to do ending 1. And ending 1, let me just find it. Ending 1 is where, yeah, you let him live. So trigger 5 active, conditions for that are TC4, PA 0. And it's ink trigger 5. And then when we leave that trigger, we destroy it, so then there's no more dialogue with the mayor. Okay. And then what we need to do in the inspector for the trigger, we need to say that it is the not ending 1. Ending 1. Update the journal and PC graph based on NPC variable status. Let's just play a character. I mean, I guess we could. If we just have QC for quest complete. Have that as 0. I guess we could then update the journal. It would make sense to. So what we're doing there is we're saying when we leave trigger 5, we're saying quest complete is 1. Okay. And then we'd get QC1 under here. Yeah, that'll do. Quest complete, reward 500 gold coins, and then so if PA1 so if you let him live, you unlock the new ability Siphon Life. Okay, so if I just refer back to what did that one say? Okay, I confronted the priest. So if you kill him, you get 500 gold. If you let him live, you get the new power. Right. So on the event trigger, that's showing correctly. So now we just have to copy the other one now. So guys, we are literally. Oh my god, dude! I'm literally at the end. I'm literally at the end, and then I'm going to be playtesting it to make sure these work. But no problem, Solo. Thanks for tuning in, dude. I will be back tomorrow night because I need to code the player respawn on death and the pause menu and the main menu. So if you're about tomorrow and you want to tune in, feel free. Take care, and thanks for being with me, dude. Now, for this one, this code is going to do the same thing. The code is the exact same. When we leave it, we say quest complete. Take care, Solo. I'll see you in the next one, dude. Stay safe. The code follows the exact same. On that basis, I'm just going to rename that script. I'm going to call this UI trigger Maya ending. UI trigger Maya ending. Because that's what it does. The code is the exact same. It doesn't need to change. Say they're talking. Display the NPC's name. And when we leave, quest complete one. And then destroy the trigger. The only difference is ending 2. Ending 1, ending 2. We've already put the journal quest stuff in. We've set the knots. Now we just need to do this, and then we can play test it, and then call the stream after that. So, oh, we didn't plug that in. Silly Billy. One, two, three, four, five. Oh. So the conditions for 6 to be active is task complete as 4 and pre-staff will stand as alive. So dead, alive. And if you go through that one, it's ending 2. So 6 is TC4, PA1, 6, 6. And then that happens, yeah, okay. So now we just need to go down here, save the project, copy and paste, put that on there. Trigger 6 active. So we have trigger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, guys. It's now the moment to test. We have put in the last of the dialogue. Everything is done. So what we now need to test, we need to play it through twice. We're going to be testing that the quest journal after leaving the mausoleum updates correctly, and then the dialogue works for returning to Mayor Beowulf for the final time, and that the quest journal after leaving the mayor displays quest complete. Let's play test. This is it. The moment you've all been waiting for. This is it, guys. And if, oh, hold on, let's go full screen. This is the final test. And then it's tomorrow night will be the UI for main menu, pause menu, and player respawn. The player respawn is going to be a piece of cake. Literally 15-minute job, not even that. What should we test first, guys? Letting him live or letting him die? I'll let you decide. But you've got to be quick about it. Should he live or should he die? Drop a comment. Oh, come on. Shit. We'll let him live this time. You see the description there. I confronted Priest Athelstan deep within the mausoleum, accompanied by his companions. They wielded formidable powers that channeled dark magic. The priest offered me a fragment of that power in exchange for sparing his life. I spared his life, provided he left under the shadow of darkness. I should report back to Mayor Beowulf near the town well. Here we go. What do you mean? A collider where? What are you on about? Hold on, why did the object of type has been destroyed? What? What are you on about? It's been destroyed. The fuck are you on about? Right, I've turned off is repeatable. Why did that not work? What collider are you on about? On the comment. Instructions unclear. Comment fell through map once dropped. What? I don't get it. I need to test that again. Oh, right. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I'm a bit tired, dude. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is that error? Index out of range. What the fuck? I don't have any arrays. So that trigger at the very end wasn't there, it was destroyed. So what I've done is I've removed the destroy object on the code for the 5th and 6th trigger boxes for the last dialogue. And I've just turned off the checkbox for is repeatable. Oh, I did it again. I didn't speak to the farmer afterwards. Oh! I missed one. What are you on about? Oh. Right. So I removed the code for destroy object. So it should work now. Oh my god, dude. Shit, shit, shit. That was a bit too close. Got him. Oh, I'll tell you what. Right, we're letting him live. Oh. What we're expecting is when we go back to him, we're going to get the dialogue, and it better work. Is the deed done? Athelstan breathes no more. Send your guards to the mausoleum and you shall find his severed head from his body. What devilry is this? Athelstan's head is nowhere to be found. Only the heads of his accomplices. It was as I said. My blade cut through and his beard fell away in the strike. We see through your tricks, sellsword. Be gone from our sight. There will be no coin in return either. What? The object of type has been destroyed. What? What the? Oh, for fuck's sake. What game object has been destroyed? Don't be a twat. Oh, this mayor is an absolute twat. What is he on about? It's been destroyed. What reference is he on about? What the fuck is he on about? This guy is... Oh, I'll tell you what. What is he on about? What is he on about? It's being destroyed. There is no code in there about destroying game objects. All the references are there. He's off his rocker. Three, 4, 5, 6, 6, 5. Okay. Well, I don't know where. I mean, the code in here. Honestly. Right, we need to play test it now where we kill the priest, and then I need to go dead. I don't know where that fucking error is coming from. I'm not destroying the trigger boxes. Those... makes no sense. So we're checking the dialogue now for, in the event the priest is killed. I've no idea why that error came up, dude. What's also a little bit annoying is I'm maximised on the screen, so I can't see the thing behind. He's walking a bit fast. Right, here we go. Yeah, that's true. There we go, quest log updated. What the fuck is it on about? I've not destroyed anything. Mate, that is driving me nuts. Ah. I wonder if is repeatable destroys it. I bet that's why. Hold on, dude. This is actually driving me nuts, mate. I have an idea. Do you remember in this bit I had the thing that said destroy? Do you remember? I had the bit on here that said destroy. I'm going to close the project and reopen it. And see if that fixes it. I wonder if it's because of that. The only thing I can think of is where I had that previous thing, destroy the object. That was in the thing, I deleted it, but it's as if it's kind of in memory thinking it's still there. You saw me delete that bit of the code. Let's see if... Right. Last test and then I'm going to bed. This is the last test. I honestly think it's because the code had the thing in there to say destroy an object. I deleted that code, but it's as if the script still remembered that. Hopefully, closing the project and reopening has solved that issue. So 6 is active because he's alive. If I killed him, 5 would be active. I spared his life. Why the fuck is it just destroyed? I'm 100% certain it's this repeatable thing. 100% certain on that. I'm 100% certain it's that. Has to be. If that repeatable thing is off, I bet if I go on narrative container, it's going to have something in there about destroying it. Is repeatable. Yeah, look, there you go. Look at that shit. Right there. You see that? Right there. That's the problem. Found it. I told you I didn't put any code in there. It's in C#. So basically, what I want to do, I knew it wasn't something I was doing, as in within my code. Okay, on that basis, right, I'm going to add in one block, okay? Now, we know that that is repeatable. Tab destroys the object if that's off. We know that. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to just add one block in quickly to 5 and 6. And the condition for it to be active is that quest equals 0. Because do you remember what happens on the end of both of those is quest QC is set to 1. So on here, to prevent us from re-entering that trigger box, because when we leave it, we don't want to have the same dialogue when we've already completed the quest. So we're going to put in a block here to say and QC equals 0. So I'm going to copy that. And I knew it wasn't something I was doing personally. So the only condition is going to be active is if QC is 0. If QC is 1, both of those will be disactive. Right. This is the last test. We're going to kill everyone. This is the final test, and this will work. What a pain in the ass. I don't remember ticking the is repeatable option on any previous triggers. We figured out what the problem was with the... Did we or didn't we? No, it was to do with... Actually, that's a good point. That's a good point, Awen. If we check the box, we could see if it's ticked as is repeatable. If is repeatable was ticked off, or on, no, if it was off on one of Evil Athelstan's trigger boxes, that might explain it, yeah. Oh, dude, I have played this so much, dude. I think I've got playtest burnout. If that's the thing. Don't get me wrong, I still enjoy it, but I think there's been a few frustrating moments tonight with, I think the most frustrating thing was that trigger box in the mausoleum. That was really annoying, and we lost about an hour on that. It's true. That would have been fun. Oh, dude, come on. Oh, you almost got me then. That's such a cool death. Right, so 5 is active on the hierarchy. We talk to him. Right, now when I leave, 5 isn't going to get destroyed, it's going to go inactive. We have done it. The game I want to say complete, but we've got the pause menu and the main menu to do. That is the game complete though. We did it. We did it. Let me just check quickly. Oh, is repeatable. There you go, Awen. There you go. It was turned off. That is why. That is why it wasn't working earlier. But it's not a problem. We have the solution in, as you know. We have the solution in. We've put the TC4 in. We have the solution. The game works. We've done it. We've finished the game. I want to say finished the game, but it's literally just the main menu, pause menu, and what was the other thing? Player respawn. But that's the game done, essentially. It feels wrong saying that because I've still got the UI to do. But everything else is pretty much done. I really need to go to bed because my kids are going to be up in 2 hours. I'm going to call the stream there, guys. I will be back tomorrow night if I have the energy. I hope I do. I will be back tomorrow night, hopefully. Even if I can just manage 2 hours, that will be enough to do player respawn and the pause menu. So anyone that's watching, if you enjoyed the stream, feel free to follow on Twitch. Don't forget to check out my YouTube channel below if you want to see past game dev streams for Blender, the Unreal Engine or Unity. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys. I hope you've enjoyed it, and stay safe, and I'll see you in the next stream. Ciao.